We thought they were in here, but I think it was a different
Okay.
meeting.
Okay. Brownie Broward. Hey, Brownie. Hi. Let's see. It is, what's the, do you still have that email?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you all for waiting patiently with us. If you can go ahead and put yourselves on mute so that we don't pick up any of the background noises, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We're going to give it just one more minute, and then we're going to go ahead and start the PowerPoint presentation. So I just want to make sure everyone's able to trickle in on time. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our presentation for the FY 25-26 Wildfire Prevention Grants Program. I am going to start it off by introducing our Chief, State Fire Marshal, Chief Brillant. Go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, well, good morning, everybody. Thanks for taking the time out of your day with the 4th of July so close to learn more about the grant program. If you haven't applied in the past, this is such a fundamental part of our overall wildfire prevention and resiliency strategy. And we could not meet the state's goals towards fuels reduction and fire prevention and forest management without partners and organizations like yourselves who create local projects, local programs. And so we are really excited, as the team will talk about, for the amount of funding that the legislature and the governor have provided this year. A little complicated with 2 different funding sources, but still able to augment the much needed fuels reduction and fire prevention work that we are doing. And so I don't want to take up too much of your time. I just want for your efforts. So Natalie, back to you.
Thank you so much, Chief Brillant. Okay, so I'm going to also introduce a few other friendly faces around here. I have 2 counterparts, but my name is Natalie Burke. I am the Wildfire Prevention Grants Program Manager here out of Sacramento. And one of my counterparts is Heather Schaefer. She is the Cal Fire Southern Region. Wow, that was a tongue twister for me. Southern Region Program Manager. Heather, go ahead and share your face so everybody can see.
Can you not see me?
Maybe not me, I'm on half screen.
Okay, I'm on. Hi, everyone, and welcome.
And then I also have another recipient, Joy. She is my other counterpart in the north. She's the CAL FIRE Northern Region Program Manager as well.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and get started with the presentation. Right now, you do see that it's for, this solicitation is for CCI and Prop 4. If you're familiar with our program, we have been using CCI since 2017. That information has been going around for quite some time, but what's new for the program is our Prop 4 funding. So as I go through the whole presentation, I will key out and make sure that you know there is some slight variances and differences between the 2 funding sources. So I will make sure everything is linked on there correctly. Okay, so first things first, what is the big piece of our program? So our biggest main components is protecting the number of people, structures, and communities. That is our biggest impact and one of our biggest pieces that we'd like to make sure are happening and instilling in all of our wildfire prevention grants, whether that's educational programs, whether that's some sort of hazardous fuels reduction work that might be done either on and around people's properties, roadways, or any other critical infrastructure. Those are some of our biggest pieces that we like to instill. Our other biggest main pieces, one from the funding source, is reduction of greenhouse gas emissions, because as we know, the biggest polluter of greenhouse gas emissions is black carbon that is released from catastrophic wildfires. And that's what our program is aimed to stop. We want to have fewer wildfires with less acres burned at a total of 5 acres or less, and structures that are not damaged or destroyed. We want to help prevent that from happening. As a caveat, we also like to make sure that the benefits are going to those in California. They're going to all Californians. However, a lot of the benefits do go to low income and disadvantaged communities as a piece of the CCI and Prop 4 fundings. So I kind of mentioned and talked about it a little bit in totality, but there are 3 different main types of projects that we work with. So hazardous fuels reduction is one of the main components of the program, and this is the only activity that Prop 4 can fund. So just make sure if you're filling out your application, when it comes to the funding source question, it'll ask if you're using CCI funding or Prop 4. If you're doing Prop 4, it can only be hazardous fuels reduction work. That means no education, no planning involved in that grant. So that would have to be a separate application. Additionally, under CCI, if you are utilizing signage, education, or planning components, that could be one application for CCI. You don't have to split it up, but if you are utilizing Prop 4, it can only be hazardous fuels reduction work. So there is something new this year. So there are some new priorities, and I wanted to kind of highlight them for everybody because there are different rules that have come into play since our last solicitation. So if you are familiar with this might just be a revamp, but for some of you, this is kind of brand new. So it's pretty important to see. And some of them carry over for both programs, and some of them are very specific to each program. So I wanted to make sure that was spotlit for this year. The Fire Risk Reduction Community List is a priority grant allocation for CCI. The low-income disadvantaged communities are also a CCI priority allocation, and projects that, this one's the new one, projects conducted by any local governmental entity qualified to perform defensible space assessments, if they use our common reporting platform, will also receive priority. So for the Prop 4 funded projects, these are the main components, and this is the difference between the two. Projects must benefit disadvantaged communities, severely disadvantaged communities, which we consider SDAC, and vulnerable populations, which is VP. So if you hear us saying those terminology or you see it somewhere in our grant guidelines, just know that their definitions are inside the procedural guide, and that is where we are referring to. Projects also must include the use or can use the use of either the local conservation corps or the California Conservation Corps will also receive a priority. You'll find out later on throughout the solicitation, but I do have it listed in various places that if you are using the California Conservation Corps or a certified local conservation corps, you must provide a letter of commitment. That is a requirement in order to receive the priority for the CCCs or a local conservation corp. Projects also leveraging private, federal, local funding or produce the greatest public benefit will also receive a priority. And then similar to our CCI funding, but just a little bit different, if we receive Prop 4 funds, 40% of them must be allocated for meaningful and direct benefits for either the vulnerable populations and disadvantaged communities. And then of the 40%, 10% also must be going for meaningful and direct benefits to the severely disadvantaged communities. How we are providing the direct and meaningful benefits is through letters of support. If you are utilizing Prop 4, letters of support is a requirement as well. I'm calling that out here because in CCI, that is not a requirement unless you are utilizing some sort of entity to provide some services. The letter of commitment and support would not be required unless you're utilizing some sort of committed piece of equipment or some sort of funding piece. But for Prop 4, it is a requirement. So priority funding for all this year, one of our main topics for priority funding is maintenance. So that could be maintenance of a strategic fuel break or any project that was done with either state, federal, local funding, CAL FIRE funding, or it could have been a community-led project. It does not have to be funding from CAL FIRE or my program directly. It could be any programs. On the application, that information would be provided to us, and you could let us know when the last work was done. That could mean that you're working on phase 2 of a project, and that project is going to go back and also work on work that was already previously done in phase 1. So for eligible applicants, we have quite a few eligible applicants, but I am going to provide kind of an overview because there is a little bit of differences between the CCI funding and the funding for Prop 4. So for both entities, state agencies are eligible, nonprofit organizations are eligible, local government and special districts are eligible. So for local government, that's cities and counties, fire protection districts, community service districts, water districts, RCDs, so the resource conservation districts, special districts as well. So Native American tribes or other tribal organizations are eligible. Nonprofits with a 501c3, I think I mentioned that, and a JPA, so a Joint Powers Authority, but the JPA must have all eligible applicants. Otherwise, the JPA is not eligible. The difference between the two is in Prop 4, you're not eligible to have a federal agency or state universities. In CCI funding, federal agencies and other universities are eligible. And I'm going to send this over to Heather to talk about the highlights for this year's solicitation. Take it away, Heather.
Hi, thanks, Natalie. The highlights for our fiscal 2025-26. So we have our grant portal application process. Please note that when you go in to set up your application and you can save it as a draft, it will automatically, your tracking numbers will be automatically assigned, sorry. Application, scope of work, budget worksheet must be submitted through the grants portal to be considered. Recommendation funding amount is $950 or less. And our purchase equipment is not to exceed the $750 cumulative, which is the same which we had last time. Okay, and then moving into the application process, basically you're going to start the application into your grants portal. On the website, you can access the grants portal application. There's also a training link there where you can click on and it will take you through the process if you need further assistance. Once you have done the application through the portal, the solicitation link and the grants portal user guides are posted on the website. So the open date obviously happened June 25th and it closes August 6th, 2025 at 3 p.m. sharp. So please do not wait for the last minute to submit your application. This will avoid any missing the deadline, of course, because if your application is in a draft status, it will not be considered after the deadline. Also, if you encounter any issues with eCivis or just some technical problems, this will avoid all of that so you can make sure you get your application in successfully. Please just know that after August 6, 2025 at 3 p.m., the deadline, any applications after that will not be considered. Okay, and so then the next one, we have application package best practice. So the best thing I try to reiterate and let our grantees know that please ensure to discuss your project proposals and CEQA requirements with the appropriate local CAL FIRE unit contacts and region representatives, which would be myself or Joy's team, depending on what region you're in. We can assist you, of course, with any of the policies and procedures and helping you with the application and eCivis. Our foresters are there to help guide you with your proposals to make sure they are appropriate and good for what you're trying to set up. So please make sure you go through that. Submitting all required documents in the grants portal is very key. If you do not complete the electronic budget sheet in the application, you will not be considered. So make sure that your documents like your STD 204, which is for the employment, for your payment processing is filled out, signed, and then also make sure that your budget worksheet is filled out completely. With the starting out on yours, and this will be further discussed when they get into the budgets, but make sure you look into your procedural guide on pages 27 and through 29 to assist you with an accurate budget development in eCivis. These pages do describe the budget category, they define the eligible costs and give you specific documentation required for invoicing. The electronic budget sheet, again, must be filled out in order to be considered. And then applications, again, I just want to reiterate, if they're in a draft status and then we close, unfortunately, they will not be considered. Okay, continuing the application best practices continued. This, again, we are using standard naming conventions for all uploaded documents, which will help us with your application. It kind of keeps everything together. So we know that this belongs to one, application. To minimize the need for revisions, please ensure the following: treatment acres are listed in your application, must match the acres in the scope of work. We've come to quite a few times where we're reviewing applications and we see you're requesting a certain acreage in your application, but when we read through your scope of work, it's not matching. So please make sure that everything is identical so it runs smoothly when we're reading. Funding request amounts must be consistent between the applications and the budget worksheet as well. There's times where we'll look at the application and you're saying you're asking for 750, but yet when we look at your budget, it says 900 and something. This will help with the going in the back and the forth with your foresters and ourselves as the regions to get that application where it needs to be. So make sure you're checking your numbers and making sure everything will be matching. And now I will turn this over to Joy, the Northern Region Grants Manager, to address the scope of work section.
Thank you, Heather. My name is Joy Tucker and I work in the Northern Region. Heather and I have great teams and are here for your support. We would like to encourage you to contact your local unit forester to discuss your project. If you don't know who that is, you can email us and we will get in contact with them for you. The next few slides, we'll be going over the scope of work. The scope of work is where we give you the opportunity to explain all the components of your project. I'm not going to go over every single question in the application. We figure if you can't manage to answer each one, then you're going to have a difficult time completing your project and submitting the required progress reports. So basically, your first test is completing and submitting all the documentation required. If you do not submit everything, then you are not considered eligible and your packet is not moved forward for review. Only completed packets are reviewed. As an applicant, you need to consider your audience. The scope of work is not a puzzle or a brain teaser. The scope of work is a tool for people to easily find information about your project. If you are awarded, the scope of work is referenced throughout the life of the project and is incorporated into the agreement. Your scope of work should be written clearly and allow readers to find information quickly. Think about the style of your writing. Are you allowing a reader to access information easily, or is it buried in the middle of a lengthy paragraph? So let's take a little bit of a look. Please use bullets when requested. We are looking for easily referenced material in these sections. As a tip, if you might use an asterisk or a dash instead of a bullet for ease of typing in the boxes of your application. The first thing in the scope of work is the project name and tracking numbers. Like Heather stated, these should be identical to what you filled in earlier in the application process. The project description should include the number of acres that are going to be treated if it is a fuels reduction grant. Section 1 is the primary activity type. Natalie hit on this a little bit already. There are 3 types of allowable activities: fuels reduction, planning, and education. You may have more than one type of activity in your project. Choose the one that requires the majority of the funding if you have any questions. Section 2 is the degree of risk. The degree of risk does a good job of asking you what it needs in the application. Follow the links there, and then you can record the results for that area. Section 3 is community support. If you have matching funds, you're going to discuss them here. Matching funds are not mandatory, but they can make your project look more attractive. Communication is very important, and all projects need to have a component of communication in them, and this is mandatory. Letters. Thank you. You may include both letters of support and letters of commitment with your application. There is a difference between the two. Letters of support articulate general support for the grant and are from entities that do not have an active role in your project, but they believe that your project is a good one and will have a positive impact. Letters of commitment document that the organization or individual is participating as a project partner. The last rounds have included letters of commitment from contractors that the grant intended to pay. This is not a letter of commitment. Those are your contractors that you're going to hire. A letter commitment will document the partner's specifics, roles, and responsibilities in the project, usually in a form of cash or in-kind contributions. So basically, your letters of commitment are from entities that are helping with the project that you're not paying them. If you are requesting Prop 4 funding, it is required to have letters of commitment from CCC and local conservation corps. Those might be paid, so that's but you still have to have those letters. But the majority of the commitment letters are from people that are helping to support the project. Project implementation. This is an important section. Make sure that you once again take into consideration the audience who is reading your responses. Bullets or using bullets. As mentioned earlier, this language is specific. We are looking for clear milestones and deliverables. Make sure the reader can easily articulate how your project is going to benefit our state and your area. Administration. Administration lets the reader know why you think you have the skills and capacities to successfully complete the project. A lot of people think, oh, it's easy to spend X amount of dollars, and it really isn't. There's a lot that has to go through the process in order to get that all completed. The next section is budgets. The budget is obviously one of the most important parts of the application. If you didn't need the funds, then you wouldn't be going through all these hoops in the first place. So the budget has two parts. Has a narrative and the budget worksheet, which is a spreadsheet style broken down by category. Both are important and both are constantly referenced. These documents will be used to build the agreements once awarded, and they are also used to help with questions, invoicing, and reporting. There are two separate sections in the application process. The narrative has wording that again asks you to use bullets, and this section and your worksheet should match. There are 7 categories in the budget. Go back one more still, please. Thank you. And we refer to them recently more as grantee versus contractual. Salaries and wages are the grantee only. Employee benefits are the grantee only. Contractual is for your contracts that you're usually hiring for on-the-ground work or that type of thing. Travel is for only the grantee, not if a contractor's traveling, it's only the grantee traveling. Supplies and equipment, again, are only for the grantee. And then the last section is other, which is also only for the grantee. The worksheet is the summary part that you fill in each item description and then build out the budget. For each item description, you will need to have a corresponding bulleted item in the narrative explaining what you are requesting those funds for. Your item description is only a few words and your narrative gives room to expand. When you're building a budget, look at the procedural guide. There is a page in there that lists all the categories and the required documentation that will be necessary for reimbursement. It is a great tool for when you are building the budget. We will have office hours available specifically on the budget. Your budget may include the CEQA NEPA costs if that's applicable, And remember that the acres must match the application and scope of work. The other thing that I would like to remind you is Heather said that things need to match. The amount that you're asking for on the very first section of your application for your total award amount needs to match your budget. You would be, I think, shockingly surprised at how many do not match. So those numbers all have to match, which will now get us into the goals section. Thank you. This section is pulled out in a separate section within the online application. It should match your scope of work. Actually, I should pause for a second there to clarify that the budget is also a separate section in your online application. There are 4 types of goals: acres of fuel reduction, acres of prescribed fire, education events. These can be separated into virtual and in-person events, and then community plans. The California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, you will need to communicate with your forester, and groundwork cannot begin until the unit forester has your documentation and says you are clear to proceed. Projects that require CEQA must provide the CEQA documentation within 12 months from your grant execution. This is important. You're going to need to have constant communication if you're awarded with your local forester to make sure that you are proceeding in a timely manner and down the correct path. CEQA costs may be included in your project budget, and we strongly encourage you to communicate with your unit forester now while you're planning your project. Post-award. This is a good spot to pause and talk about advances for a moment. Let's make sure that we are very clear. CAL FIRE wildfire prevention grants are reimbursable grants. I'm going to go ahead and repeat this because sometimes this is misunderstood. CAL FIRE wildfire prevention grants are reimbursable grants. That means you should have funds to pay for all your expenses in a timely manner. You then show proof that you had the expense and submit for reimbursement. In other words, we don't give you all the money you've asked for in a big sum. You have to submit invoices to prove that you have these costs. All those guidelines are in the procedural guide. Over the years, we have had opportunities for advances. Other years, that opportunity has been declined and not allowed. We are currently in a time frame that advances are allowed, and if you take an advance, then there is extra paperwork required and extra reporting. Which leads us to this next line of reporting. It's simple. If you're awarded funds, then you have also been bestowed with lots of reporting. It's state funding. Taxpayers expect to understand where all of that is going. So financial reporting, progress and activity reporting, pre and post pictures, final reports. There is also treatment acres and data that is submitted. So things to remember: resource saturation. For any that have heard me speak in the past, you know that I place an emphasis on this. This is a concern. If there is a way to articulate in your application where you're getting your resources, please add it. Our state is scrambling for resources, and sometimes we wonder in applications, how are they going to pull that off? Where are they going to get those resources? Number 2, land use agreements. If you're going to be on private ground, you need to address the land use agreements and add that information in your scope of work. It's a must. And number 3, deadlines. You need to know what deadlines you're going to need to follow. They start with the application deadline, and then there are reporting deadlines, there's billing deadlines, final reporting deadlines. Look over all the deadlines and make sure you will be able to accomplish all of them. At this time, I'd like to thank you for your time and remind you that the regions and units are here to help you. The next section is presented by Shael and is about mapping component. Natalie, Heather, and I will be available for questions at the end of the presentation. Shael?
Hello, everyone. So I'll be going over the mapping program. So all projects, whether you're applying for CCI funding or Prop 4, you must complete the project mapping program. All projects must submit a geopoint and it should be in the center of your project. If you have a education project or a planning project, you can use your office space. And for hazardous fuel reduction projects, you have to submit a geopoint and a treatment polygon or polygons if you have multiple areas. Please do not draw a polygon over the entire state of California. It will not be accepted, and we will be deleting that polygon. In order to access the project mapping program, you can access it through the application portal. Once you go on to there, if it's your first time applying for a grant, you will have to request access. If you are a returning applicant and you have a account already set up through ArcGIS Online, you can access the project mapping program through that username. If you are having trouble accessing it, please do email us and we can help you set up your password. Now I'll pass it over to Heather.
Thanks, Shael. Okay, so now we're going to go into the review and award process. Obviously, the final date to submit your applications of project mapping is Wednesday, August 6th at 3 p.m. From that point, it will go through the review of the applications. Once the review of the applications are determined, unsuccessful applicants will be notified, and then the successful applicants notified to receive the grant, which we will make sure that we have communication with the units as well. At that point, once it's been awarded, the grants will be issued, and of course, the grants will be executed. And at that time, please note, until the grant has been executed, you will be able to begin work, but please keep in mind, if it's fuels reductions, you cannot begin work until your CEQA is in compliant. If you experience any issues with the grants portal or the application process, please contact your appropriate region representative for assistance so you can be successful with your applying with your grant or application. Now on to office hours. We highly recommend everyone to join our office hours. It is during these sessions, we will cover each topic, as Joy mentioned, in detail, address your questions, and if time permits, open the floor for additional discussion. Currently, we have July 9th set for application and scope of work. July 16th is miscellaneous, so that will give you, we can speak about anything, about the application, budget, whatever you have questions on. July 23rd is for the budget piece, where the workshop is where you're going to fill that out. And then July 30th will be about the project mapping program, sorry, to make sure that you have your project correctly into the system. Now we have our resources. We have so many resources, not only the region, southern region and northern region representatives, but we have your local units. You have our procedural guide. We have our website. We have the mapping state information all over where you can reach it. So please, it tells you how to apply for your application, along with tutorials, links, and user guides. The grants portal solicitation link is in there. Your forms are in there. Your workshop recording slides are all listed in there. So please visit the website and take a look at it and verify things. If you can't find something, please reach out to us and we will assist you. And our conclusion for this PowerPoint, we do encourage the applicants to email us. Wildfire Prevention Grants is available. The next one is your Northern grants, which is CNR grants, and then Southern Region is at obviously the Southern Region we're fully spelled out. But we just don't want to thank. We want to thank everybody for their dedication and to our wildfire prevention and attending these CCI and Prop 4 Wildfire Prevention Grant Workshop, along with our office hours. Again, your continued commitment does play a role in protecting our state. So as Captain Cal needs you, help protect California from wildfires. Safety starts with you. And now we'll go ahead into questions.
So for this part, you guys can come off of your microphone and ask questions, but we do ask that you raise your hand so we can keep it in a uniform manner.
And we can go
looks
ahead
like-
and start with Betsy.
Thank you. Real quick, these meeting chat questions and answers are very helpful. Is there a way to, I can't cut and paste them. I wonder if you guys can and share that, because there's a lot of great questions and a lot of great answers. That's my first question for the meeting chat back and forth. And the second question is, are you required to have a CWPP in order to do the hazardous fuel reduction grant application? In other words, can you do a hazardous fuel grant application without an underlying CWPP? So we have a CWPP in a specific area of our city, but we would like to apply for the hazardous fuel reduction in that area and other areas that are concern.
I didn't mean to cut you off earlier, Natalie. Do you want me to go ahead and start?
Yeah, that's fine.
So the first question you had was about the questions in the chat, and Natalie's team is going to be making a frequently asked questions, and they start that out by taking all of these questions out of this chat, and then they'll post that. So that one was easy. The second piece is the different planning documents. So the big answer is yes, you can have a fuels reduction without that CWPP, but you should have some type of other planning documents that you're attached to. And that is in, you can talk to your local forester about that, et cetera, as far as making sure you have all of that type of sorted. I hope that helped, Becky.
Thank you. When you mean planning document, like a general plan or a CEQA document?
Or it could be in the fire plan. So if you're planning on doing a fuel reduction, you should definitely check in with your local unit forester.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Camera?
Hi, this is Tamara Johnston. I'm with the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council. And I actually have 6 different questions. So I don't know if you want to take 2 and then I can come back to me later, see if somebody else asks them or how you want to do this, because they're all pretty different.
As long as they're general ones, that's going to help the whole group. We'll work through them. But if they're very specific to your project, we would prefer to meet up with you on a one-on-one.
Okay. I
So
think there
skip through the ones that are really specific for just you.
Okay. So it says that one of the priorities is a creation of community level wildfire prevention programs, such as community chipping days, roadside chipping, and green waste bin programs. So would individual chipping programs be eligible as well, or does it need to be like it was a little unclear with that, and maybe I can follow up with our forester.
A specific facility bench.
I'm not clear what you mean for individual. Maybe this would be a good time to specify that all the projects have to benefit a community. So I saw, which I was trying not to read while we were presenting, but it was pinging away. We saw some questions about private land, and technically we can work on private land, state land, or federal land. The issue is that we don't award to private individuals. So if there's a project that has private land in it, which we talked about the land use agreements, that's the difference. So when you say a chipping program that is an individual, I'm not grasping what that is. All the ones that we've awarded in the past, which I can help with that, have always been community based.
Okay, so we've gotten one before, so I guess ours is community based then. I just, the language threw me off a little bit.
Okay.
On page 19, it talks about one of the eligible things is project removes hazardous trees in collaboration with other entities, other funding sources, or as a part of a larger tree mortality project. So again, we have a hazardous tree removal program, but it's not in collaboration necessarily with other entities. It's our own program. It's in collaboration with homeowners. So
again, I think that's referring to an individual who just wants to remove the trees on their piece of property, and it doesn't affect anything else that is part of the greater community.
Awesome. Okay, thank you. On page 21, there's a discussion of the fire risk reduction community list. and there's prioritization there. But B says the prioritization shall not affect applications from entities that are not local agencies. Can you describe what that means? It was unclear to me.
So what that's referring to is specifically certain entities are allowed and are required to meet that list. And if you don't meet that eligibility and criteria, typically that's local jurisdictions. A fire safe council would not be one of them. You're not going to be penalized by not being eligible for that program and that prioritization. So we don't penalize you because you didn't get priority because you didn't and you were not eligible for that FERC list, as we refer to it as.
So El Dorado County is on the list, but we're a 501c3, so we would not get prioritization. Is that right?
No. So if El Dorado
Okay.
County had applied for the grant, then they would receive the priority
Okay.
for that.
Okay. Okay. Okay, and then I think my final question, I'll talk to our forester. Oh, no, I'm sorry, one more thing. Can you discuss the difference between low income versus disadvantaged? And then do low income communities also get priority, or do you have to show up as a disadvantaged community on the map? Because
So yeah, if you guys are on the map is really where we're going to find all the information if you're going to be either in the low income disadvantaged areas, or you could be in both because sometimes they do overlap and there is a buffer area that's also included in that. So the map is really going to show you where you're located at, and then the prioritization is all the same if you're in one of those areas.
okay, that answers my questions. Thank you.
Yeah. It looks like Jesse is up.
Hi, Heather. Hi, Natalie. How you guys doing?
Good. How are you doing?
Great, great.
Yeah.
Hey, quick question. I know we just completed our successful grant with you guys, and we're really appreciative with the help that you helped us with over here in the city of Yorba Linda. But quick question: as part of the grant management, can grant management be included to be used as part of those funds? Or can you use
Like paying
grant
for
funds?
salaries and wages and things of that nature?
Well, if we were to have if we had a consultant, help us with the grant management, can we include that as part of the funds? Sorry, maybe that's better.
Like a project manager?
Yes.
Yeah, project manager is an eligible cost.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, it looks like Antonia, you're up next.
Hi. My question is, during the application process, can there be multiple individuals accessing the same application on our end? Or is it, if I'm the one that starts it, am I the only one that's able to
Yep.
finish it?
Correct.
Yeah, on the application itself, when you log in and you create your portal profile, it is linked to your account and your account only.
Mm-hmm.
And there's not a roundabout way unless you share passwords, which we don't recommend.
Yeah. So
that's kind of the workaround we've had to
950.
use.
Okay, yeah, because the several project managers and the forester were hoping to all chime in and do their own part from their own locations, but that does not sound like that's a
Need to have
possibility.
a relationship with the local CAL FIRE unit foresters. That's like the best practice.
Is somebody talking? Or I can't
Don't have
hear you.
Nope.
Please make
Sorry.
sure you're muted if you're not speaking. Thank you.
I muted them. Don't worry. Sorry.
Okay. Okay. So, did you hear what I said? Is it's all on me then?
So, and that's up to your organization, how you're going to set that up, but it is set up for a one person account. So if your organization sets it up a different way with accesses that you design for your organization, that's up to you guys.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
And it looks like we skipped Brett. So we'll
Yeah,
go
I
back
was
to
gonna say
Brett.
Brett is next.
Hi, I'm Brett. I'm from the Vista Fire Department, and we cover the city of Vista and the fire district. My question is that we are applying for a fire risk reduction community, but our fire district area is in the county of San Diego, and CAL FIRE San Diego is recognized the county as a fire risk reduction community. So how does that work? Our fire district is in a fire risk reduction community because it's an SRA land, but we would be applying as a city and a fire district. So do we get the benefit of it being in a fire risk reduction community? Although we're going for recognition in the city as well as the fire district, but it sounds like our county, the CAL FIRE runs the county contract, and our fire district sits in that SRA county area. So is that considered a fire risk reduction community for the grant, and would we get the advantage or no?
And I think that question's so specific to you guys individually that we can come back to, we'll let you contact your local region contact and we can work on that. But for the purpose of this meeting, we're going to keep it more broad. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I
no
don't think
problem.
any of us have that right off the top of our head. We'll have to go and look at some more information.
Yeah,
And
the
I-
only thing I can help you with, Brett, is if it's the main organization and you're one of the underneath umbrella pieces, then you would. But why don't you go ahead and email me at the WP Grants email box, and then we can connect one-on-one, because I know a lot about the fire risk reductions communities list. And if I don't have an answer, my chief is actually one of the members for that. So I can have you and I work with him.
Perfect. Thank you. And then, you know, she mentioned a CWPP, and our fire district has one in the city. We're trying to develop one, but we also have it listed when we adopted the fire hazard severity maps. We listed, in addition to that, some areas that were considered high hazard severity. Is that good enough if those are grants that we're seeking, that we've designated them as a local policy as a high hazard area for grant funding?
Are they also listed in the unit fire plan or any other documents?
No, they'd be in our general plan, and then the adopted ordinance that we did for the fire hazard severity zones. That's the two places they would be until we get a CWPP that expands into the city.
Those are okay then, yes.
Okay, thank you. And that's all the questions I had.
No problem.
Christopher?
Hi, I'm with the Berkeley Fire Safe Community. I'm wondering whether we can use Cal VTP rather than going through CEQA.
So that we're clear, that is a CEQA, a way to meet the needs of CEQA. And as far as any questions on this presentation today of which projects can use which different types of CEQA documents, I'm going to have we're going to pause all those in order to talk with your individual foresters, because they have so many different pieces and parts that allow them to work for one, but not for another. Those are very individual questions. Do you have another one for us though?
No, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Kendra?
You're skipping Andrew, by the way, Heather.
Oh, sorry, Andrew?
Sorry,
Andrew
Kendra.
first.
We'll come back, I promise.
Hi, Andrew Bogart, Office of Emergency Services for Blue Lake Rancheria. Appreciate Aaron for putting that image in chat that kind of answers some of my question, but I wanted to verify, does cultural burning and cultural burning practices fall under this? Because I didn't see it bullet pointed, but I may not have read it, or I may have not gone far enough.
Yes, it's an allowable cost and we do pay for those. So yes,
Okay, so I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
no problem. Kendra, we'll come back to you.
Thank you. So I had asked the question if statewide proposals will be considered, and I understand, we can select every single location as the additional counties served, but what would we select for the primary unit? Because there used to be a statewide SAC unit, but I did not see that on the drop down. And in the past, if we've selected a local unit as that first primary one, statewide proposals have not necessarily gotten
Where your main
reviewed by
office
the
is will
local
work.
unit.
Yeah, where your main office is that will work as far as your local spot to start from.
Okay,
Yeah,
and it'll
but
still get a fair review, even though it's only going to be going to a local unit.
Kendra,
If it
let me
says
look
it's
to see what's going on with the application, because there should be an SAC located on there. So I'm pulling up the form
Okay,
right
thank
now.
you.
It should be on the list of eligible units, and it should come specifically to SAC. So I will make sure, and I have your email. So why don't I look into it, get back right to you, okay?
Perfect. Thank you so much.
No
Thank
problem.
you. Donald.
Hi, everyone. I'm with the LA County Department of Public Works. So one of the things I noted in the guidelines was that the budget for this program can't be supplanted. So we oversee landscape maintenance in certain areas throughout LA County. We do brush clearance. Are we able to use this grant to supplement that budget, or does this have to be like a completely new proposal for a completely new program?
The planting is not allowed, you're correct.
Mhm.
So it would need to be new.
Got it. Okay. So like, what would classify as new in this case then? Like let's say like we do brush clearance every year and it's there, but then what? Like,
So let's say you added a different piece to that and you added extra bodies for just this project. That would not be supplanting, even though it's still part of the original program. You're adding to it. It's not overlapping a piece you already had
got it.
or
Thank you.
expanding it.
Mhm.
Donald? Nope, Kyle.
Hi, Kyle with Lawson Fire Safe Council. I had two questions, just real quick. Recommended budget is 950,000. Is that the maximum budget or is that the recommended budget? And then you mentioned something about landowners have to be signed up prior to the grant application. Can you just clarify that for me?
I'm glad you asked both those. So first and foremost, no, that's the maximum that we're looking at for this round. So below that is absolutely fine. And the landowners don't have to be signed up before the program. We just want to make sure that there's somewhere in your scope of work that you understand you have to have those landowner agreements. We don't want an organization coming in and saying, oh, we're going to go do this. And we're like, well, that's private property. You have to go and have permission to do that. Does that help clarify that?
That clarifies it. Thank you very much.
So we want to know the process that the organization is going to use to go and get that permission. Alessandra.
There. I had a quick question about the metrics, and I know you guys mentioned acres treated. I know previously working with CAL FIRE for some types of treatment activities, such as roadside chipping, they've been okay with replacing that with road miles treated or parcels where the chipping went into. And I'm just curious if that is something that will be considered as well, just because it's very difficult to estimate the acreage in that type of activity.
I'm going to go ahead and pause here for a second and make sure that the reason we need acres treated is because it's a way for us to get back to the rest of the state, the legislators, and understand what we've actually done. So if you're doing a chipping program or you're doing another program that has a project that it's a little more difficult, it's not as black and white of, hey, we went and cleared this acre, but that organization that is submitting for something like that, including a chipping program, is going to need to be able to articulate how they're going to give us the goals, because we are going to need them out of acres. So I hope that helps. So yes, other things are allowed, like what you were asking, but we are going to need to know those acres in order to present that as our measurable goals.
Okay, yeah, so just to clarify, you guys will require the acreage, to report back to the state, but we're still allowed to include a different type of metric to better quantify what that acreage actually meant on the ground.
In your progress reports, you may, yes.
Okay, great, thank you.
Sure. And then I did see somebody brought up a specific thing. There is still an old typo on our website. Natalie's working to get that changed, where it still says 3 million as the max, and that is not the case for this year. So it is only that 950, and we do realize that is a big change. So I wanted to bring it up again, that is a definite significant change this year. It's 950,000. And that puts us to Holly.
The ticket has been sent in and it should be done today.
Holly, oh, there she goes.
Hi, this is Holly with Diablo Fire Safe Council. Thank you for this. I have a two-part question real quick. First part's about a technical issue and the second is about office hours. So the first question is, when I hit the apply button to go to the application, I was shown an eCivis portal button and a Uniportal button. I used the eCivis button and my existing login to get in, but when I landed there, I was unable to see the application anywhere. Should I be using the Uniportal login, and is it the same credentials as before? And the second part is, could you please repeat how we can sign up for office hours with you to go in depth?
So the office hours is also part of the ticket that I sent over to our IT. I used to be the webmaster, but that got removed with the new system we have. So that information will also be posted later today, if not by tomorrow morning. But if you are subscribed to our mailing list each week, every week on that Wednesday, you'll be getting the email with the link for Teams just like this to go ahead and link into. But if not, it will be posted on the website under the section at the very bottom of this screen that says webinars and office hours, and the link will be there to click. There is no registration, just like this. You just go ahead, click in, and then you'll be on a Teams link meeting with us just like this. So there is no registration or anything required. As for the UNA piece, so that could be a couple of things. Do you actually have a UNA sign in through eCivis through your organization, or is it just from your current award with us?
I have an eCivis from the prior award, which was completed. I don't have a Uniportal login. Should I start with that?
You should use those same credentials and click the UNA portal piece and see if that gets you further. That's typically what most agencies use. If you don't have an actual contract with them, if you do have a contract with them, that's when you would go ahead and click the eCivis portion. I know that's a little confusing, but also check what type of internet browser you're using. I notice I get a lot of hiccups unless I'm using Chrome. So I'm not sure if that also might help.
I'm using a Chromebook.
Okay, so keep it on Chrome and then try the portal piece. If that doesn't work, go ahead, email me directly and we can set up something on Teams. I can do a one-on-one and we can walk through it if not.
I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Teresa.
Good morning. Thanks for this webinar. It's very helpful. So I'm with the University of California, Santa Cruz. We've gotten past wildfire prevention grants, which has been really helpful. And I was confused in the chat. It said somewhere in there that universities are not eligible, even though we're
Prop 4
501c3.
They're not available for Prop 4 funding, but you may apply on the CCI funding.
Okay, and is that in the legislation then that university, even though we're a 501c3? Because it's not in the guidelines anywhere.
It's not specifically called out, but it does say who is eligible for each of the two.
Right, but we're a qualified 501c3, potentially a state agency as well. We are a state University of California anyway.
You can go ahead and contact, email Natalie at the WP grants and they can work on that. That's their fit. That's what they were told originally.
Yeah, that was coming from our legislation, but I can work with you. So why don't you go ahead and email us at the WP grants and then I'll email you.
Okay, thank you.
Deanna.
Hey everybody, this webinar has been so helpful. We really appreciate it. I work with the Lake County Home Hardening Program funded by OES here in Lake County, and we currently have an umbrella CEQA clearance for 1,250 parcels. My current program will probably only hit 300 to 500 of those parcels. Am I able to use that CEQA clearance in overlap to this project?
Yes, CEQA is not specific to programs. It's specific to the environmental piece to it. So you could theoretically use a particular CEQA document on different projects. You'll need to work with your local forester, Chief Wink, in order to, in that case, he's not a forester, but Chief Wink will get you the resources you need, and we can make sure that it's going to suffice for what it is you're wanting to do.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Camp.
Hi there. Thanks so much. I'm with the American Forest Foundation, and I just had two quick questions. So you went over quickly just the steps to show landowner interest earlier. I just wanted to double check. So if we just have like, we're going to show the steps of how we're going to, go through the process, but additionally, should we provide like a list of the landowners that we've already, had contact with, or is that not necessary?
It's not necessary, but in your application, you could say, hey, we've already contacted 15 of the 25, but we definitely don't need a list.
Awesome. And then just number 2, I'm still a bit confused just on the Prop 4 versus CCI funding. So yeah, I'm a 501c3 as well. And we were planning to use most of it just on treatment, not on a big like education or planning piece because we have additional funding. So I saw John Patton actually really cohesively ask the CCI also includes hazardous fuels reduction, he was reading. So is there guidance on like when we can use that for hazardous fuels reduction?
So CCI has been the funding source for all of our past grants for quite a few years now, and it's been used for, it's always allowed to do hazardous fuel reduction. The difference this year is that the Prop 4 is only the hazardous fuel reduction, while the CCI still has all 3 of planning, education, and fuel reduction. So if you have anybody on the call that is like, you get to that first section and you're not absolutely sure, you can always click both and then continue working through your application and then email one of WP grants and or the region that you're in, and we'll help you decide of which one it really needs to be, and you can go back and fix it. Once you submit, you can't go fix it, but while you're in the process, we can help you figure out which is the best scenario for which funding source. But in the big picture, I'll say it one more time, the CCI does all 3 types, education, planning, and fuel reduction, and the Prop 4 only does the fuel reduction. Hopefully that helps to clarify a little bit.
That does. Thank you so much.
Sure.
I just want to let you guys know we're at 12 o'clock, but I am not going to be turning off the meeting or the webinar. I know we still have quite a few people with hands up, so we're going to keep continuing it. But if you do need to drop off, you can go ahead and drop off. Don't feel like you have to stay. This is recorded and I will put it online. So just a little caveat there.
And there will be office hours to join.
Yeah. It looks like Carla, you're up next.
Thank you. I'm so glad you're continuing. Carla Thomas, Westport Fire Safe Council, and we also work with the Westport Fire Safe District. We have 190 acres of forested land that with residences, about 450 people and 2,000 or 3,000 overnight tourists that come in the summertime, like this week. I'm wondering, we've had some roads that had, we only have 2 paved roads in our 190 square miles. And they are a major county thruway and Highway 1. There was a roadside fuel reduction done 15 years ago along the county highway, and it needs redoing. Would that qualify? Is there a limit on how long ago a maintenance application would be?
Nope, no limit. So yeah, that would definitely qualify.
That's great news. Also,
you're going to want to work with your local unit and make sure that the CEQA that was originally used is still qualifying, or if you have to include CEQA also.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. We'll do that. And you also include driveways. We have long driveways on 10 and 20 acre land parcels. And we haven't been able to do that kind of clearings, but they've had roadside clearing on private roads, but not their driveways. It sounds like apply to that situation. Is that correct for the Prop 4?
It would be for both, but I'm thinking it depends on where the landscape is because it needs to be part of the defensible space clearance portion of it. And then it would follow that local jurisdiction or the rules. I can't remember the number off the top of my head. I think it's 4291.
I would say that this is a pretty specific question for this one, and this would be a good one to contact your local region and unit to work out details on your individual project.
Okay, and I think you would be contacting the CNR grants if I'm not incorrect. So go ahead and email them.
Okay, thank you. And then for equipment, if we were to get a water tender to help keep dust down while the crews are out working on the fuel reduction, but also for prescribed burns, would that be a type of equipment that could be included in this?
As long as it's a portable water tender and it has the main use of the prevention activities, then yes.
So it would need to have a certain amount of off-road capabilities. Is that what you mean by portable?
Correct.
No,
I see.
she means it's not a
like-
stationary, it has to be able to move.
It'd be a vehicle. It would be on a vehicle.
Right, and so water tenders are not commonly awarded, so you want to again talk to the local area in
Okay.
Mendocino and see what that is looking like.
Okay, thank you. And owner permissions, we have some privately held commercial timberland along that highway, the county highway and or county road. And so we have already done a lot of private roadside fuel reduction, have a lot of permissions forms from when we did that, and have a good working relationship with those landholders. We can document that. The acreage that's in private commercial timber, we will work on that too. If we don't have that all completed by the time of the deadline for the grant, is that description of the process acceptable?
I think
You're saying that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Joy. I was gonna say, if you don't know and you're guesstimating this is the area you want to do, I would incorporate that piece. And then again, talk to the local unit forester, because they're gonna guide you on how to help describe the area and help guide you through that piece and let you know what you exactly will need. So I really do think that you should talk to the local unit forester in Mendocino. I think they're
Okay.
gonna help you out a lot.
Yeah, we would definitely be working with them. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all my questions.
Thank you.
Carla?
Yeah, this is Carla. I'm with a 501c3 land conservancy in the San Bernardino Mountains. I had a question about equipment. Would this be able to fund equipment needing to do a treatment project like chippers, chainsaws, debarkers, equipment like that?
It would.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead and add at this point in time, because this is like the third question on equipment, which is great. That's super. A lot of times people think they can only purchase equipment, and that is not necessarily the case. They can also rent the equipment. In fact, if you are trying to purchase the equipment, you're going to have reasoning of why it is more cost effective to purchase it instead of rent it. So I just know over the years, it seems many people have this impression that they have to purchase it, and they don't. It can be rented.
Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, we have limited capacity here in the mountains. There's just not equipment available to rent. It would have to transport from far away. The other question I had in regards to matching versus the CCI and the Prop 4. If an entity has funds from another reimbursable grant from like an art resource conservation district, and those funds are available for planning and education, but the entity needs funds for treatment, would it be more advantageous to use the CCI and include a matching? Or would it be better just to use the Prop 4 and just do treatment?
I don't think there's any perfect answer for that one. I think in that case, you would put both, and then wherever the funding is available, since it's only for fuel reduction and the matching's paying for the other two pieces, that's going to give some flexibility of what funding could be used.
Okay. And my
That
last
is an
question
option in the application. You can choose the CCI, the prop, or both.
And I would say go
Okay,
ahead and choose both, because if your project qualifies for both, it would make it a little bit more advantageous for you.
Okay. And really quick last question. You talked about defensible space. You talked about how the entities have to use your form or your policies for defensible space. Would CEQA get involved if there's endangered, sensitive, and threatened species, and would that alter your form or the requirements that you have?
That's a forester question that you're going to open up a can of worms of different people interpreting in this particular large setting. So in that particular case, I'm going to ask you to check in with your local forester.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. See how I avoided that question right there? It's a big group right now. It can go
Yeah.
sideways quick.
Mark?
Oh, sorry. Can you guys hear me now?
We can.
Sorry, Teams newbie. Mark Mays, Spatial Informatics Group Natural Assets Laboratory, or Signal for short. We're a 501c3. And I had 3 questions for you. One was, is there a certain minimum number of acres treated that you would consider for a project to be competitive in this call? Or like, what's the emphasis on acres treated versus strategic location and vulnerability? That's the first question. Second question is, are forest health prevention grants still going to be issued as a call for 2025, 2026? There's a lot of reference to that in the paperwork and like differentiating what projects are wildfire prevention versus forest health. And then the third question is, for a Prop 4 funded project, can a hazardous fuels reduction project still be eligible if it also has a bit of technology and education training components for work crews carrying out the projects? So I'm getting a head shake from Heather on number 3. That's a shame. But
yeah, number 3 would have to be for CCI funding for sure.
Okay. But the second 2 questions remain about acres treated to be competitive versus strategic location for risk and forest health prevention.
So the Forest Health Program also received money, just like we did from Prop 4. They are going through that process. I'm not sure when they're going to be doing their solicitation, but I would say go ahead and subscribe to their newsletter, and then they would have it on their website. I know they're working on it. I just don't know a date, and I don't have an answer, so I don't want to say I have something that I don't.
Well, they just closed theirs, so it'll be coming around. So the short answer is yes, they're going to have another solicitation for question number 2.
Copy, thanks.
And question number 1 was the acres one, right? And there is, both of those things are extraordinarily important, the acres and the strategic. So you're not going to stick us in a box on that one in the call, and we're going to say that yes, they're both extraordinarily important, and each project is graded depending on how it plays out.
But there is no minimum acreage like Forest Health. I think that's kind of where you're going with that. They have a 750,000 acres. That is not, there's no minimum like that for us.
Got it. That's exactly what I was just checking for first order feasibility. So thank you.
Yep.
Not a problem. Greg, your turn.
Okay. Hi, I'm Greg Hawkins with M&S Engineers, grant writing consultant, and I had a couple questions. It seems like my questions seem to be building on previous ones. The acres thing came up, and I understand that that's something that's going to be looked at in terms of number of acres treated. But I'm more interested in project benefits on how those, if that's going to be an evaluation factor for applications, and because it's supposed to relate to protection of habitable structures, is there some sort of quantifiable objective metric that applications are going to be evaluated on when it comes to those benefits? Because as an example, there is a quantifiable benefit that could probably, could be done for the other benefit of reducing greenhouse gas emissions, biomass reduction, and, you calculate all that, and that's something that can be objectively measured. But for project benefits on protection of habitable structures, are you looking for some measurement of that in some way? And
I guess depending on the project type, that kind of gets down into the weeds, but you could always talk about the number of dwellings that are going to be protected from wildfire. There's a lot of different measurable outcomes that we could come up with. I think you'd probably want to either work with your local unit forester, but if you do have some more like very specific questions like that, I think they'd be able to help you find those measurable outcomes. We could also help you here at WP Grants, but that's a pretty big one. Dwellings that are going to be protected or saved would be a pretty big one.
Yeah, it seems like it's the whole crux of the program is, protection of habitable structures and measuring how well they're protected, the benefits are. So, I'm hoping to get real drilled down on that. And we'll talk to the definitely talk to the local forester about how to go about that. And secondly, on to continue, probably like the fourth question now on equipment is the example is given of what's not equipment and considered a supply like chainsaws, but I don't know if there's necessarily examples of what are considered eligible equipment items that can be approved for purchase. And is there somewhere to go for a resource of examples of those items?
It's actually strategically done that way because we never know what is going to be either helpful for a specific project or not for a specific project. So the guidelines state that it's that 5,000 mark is differentiation between what's equipment and what supplies. So usually we don't want to say that, it could only be a masticator when somebody else says, hey, I needed this over here. It's over $5,000 and that is still pieces of equipment. So it has to show a benefit to the project, obviously, and then you're going to have to also show that cost that we talked about earlier of why you can't rent it instead of buy it.
Proposing an equipment for purchase, and they'll just have to evaluate whether or not how applicable it is to the necessity for in implementing the project. But otherwise, I guess it's left at that.
Affirmative.
Okay, great. That's really helpful. All right, thank you.
Whitney?
Hello. If you are applying to do a program like chipping or defensible space where you're having community members apply, so you can't predict the specific areas, how do we approach that with outlining the acreage in the application, and how do we do the polygons?
So that's a great question. You're going to have to, at some point, at least have an idea of the areas that you're trying to hit. The polygon in that case, and when you read the procedural guide, it's not a polygon, it's a point instead. And you're still, though, going to have to give us a reasonable amount of what you're planning on accomplishing, because we're not going to award to you X, Y, and Z when you don't know what it is that you're going to accomplish. So there still has to be a pretty good shell or skeleton there, outline, whichever one you want to call it, of where and what you're going to try to do. Then those specific, whether you're saying it's the east side of the county or the southern part of the county, and then those specific lots are what will end up later on down the road. I hope that helps.
Perfect. So we'll be kind of broad in what we're looking to accomplish, and then if we're awarded, then we'll be specific in our reporting.
Correct. But I will warn you, when it comes to chipping, they're looked at more and more each year. We look closer and closer on how you're going to show those acres and where you're going to do it, because we've had many programs over the years that say, hey, we're going to do this whole section, and then they can't get the participation. And so those chipping programs really are being scrutinized a lot compared to maybe 4 or 5 years ago when we were like, okay, yeah, let's do this. They're a lot more complicated than many communities think.
Oh yeah, we're hoping to do actually defensible space on individual properties, because we've done large fuel breaks with you guys and it's been amazing. And now we're looking to kind of get down to the nitty gritty. So this kind of be the first of its kind in this area.
Process and objectives with the defensible space on individual homes. They're very similar to those chipping ones. So keep that in mind.
That sounds great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
James?
Hi, James Duff, City of Orinda, and I have a question kind of about a public education planning program. One of the pieces of equipment that we were interested in potentially purchasing is, I guess, an evacuation modeling software. And I was wondering about the applicability of that.
It's a software?
Yeah. So
What
the
would the
program
software
is,
do?
Yeah.
it does live evacuation modeling.
Right.
So it would be a planning tool and also a public education tool.
So we've had some of those in the past, and depending on how it's presented, et cetera, a couple have been awarded and some haven't. So you're welcome to talk with your local forester on the specifics of your project. And I would also really encourage for anybody else that's thinking about that to talk to them, because I think a lot of areas don't realize that that is already available to the community, that it's already been purchased. There was also a large set of grants that were done through another entity that had paid for that software for quite a few areas. So again, I would make sure you check in locally and make sure that it's not already there and that the communication just hasn't solidified throughout the area yet.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Ashley?
Hey guys, thank you for having this. This is Ashley with Eastern Madera County Fire Safe Council. Hi, Heather. I had a few questions as far as one was related similarly, and I might have to get, like you said, back to our unit forester on this, but measurable outcomes and impact of acreage treated. Is CAL FIRE looking for anything specific right now as far as polygons on impact? Say we're putting a fuel break, are we going to be measuring the structures within like a 1/4 mile or a 4-mile radius? Or is there anything kind of standard right now, or should we just reach out to our forester?
I would reach out to your forester, but we don't have a standard, but we are looking for the acres along that. So
There is a standard, Heather, but I don't know what it is. I know the foresters will know because I know it came out recently with their GIS stuff. So I would definitely reach out with their forester. I can't remember if it was a 1/4 mile radius, and I think that's what it was, but do not quote me on that. I could be completely wrong. I know that your forester will know because there was some information that came out from that.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, of course we'll have the acres treated, but also try to quantify the benefit to outside. I was super stoked to see that there's maintenance as a priority on this, because we have projects that haven't been treated within like 5 years. And this is another kind of question about, is there a specific timeline that where a project is considered being in a maintenance phase as far as our grant application goes? Are we talking 3 years, 5 years ago, or is that something that as long as we have that letter of support from our forester, that this fuel break is no longer, effective, that this reconstruction or maintenance project has support of the unit? Is that enough, or is there a specific timeline that CAL FIRE is looking at?
I can answer a couple. You said quite a few things right there, which is actually really good for the whole group.
Okay.
So first of all, I'm going to hit the letter of support from the forester. CAL FIRE personnel may not submit any letters of support for these CAL FIRE grants. So you do not need to ask any CAL FIRE people for letters of support. You do need to go and talk to your CAL FIRE people, but they're not going to give you a letter of support. Just so we're clear on that. The second one is there are no quote unquote timelines for the maintenance. Usually what we're looking at and we're hoping is that the CEQA that was originally used is still good, depending on whether there was ARC issues, biological issues, just different things. And again, you got to go and talk to your foresters about that. So the third piece to this whole maintenance push is that we're looking to make sure that all this effort we had done previously or other people have done, that we can keep it going. And it's usually less of a cost than starting from scratch. And with the final piece to that, it's usually a quicker timelines. So what we're looking for is to get on the ground acres done quickly, which I don't think we've mentioned in this whole thing yet. The last round of grants that we awarded expire in 2029. And these also are expiring in 2029, which is different than past years where everybody's expecting it to be another year, another year, another year. So they're smaller and they're expiring in 2029. So that's something that we're obviously looking for, some quickly on the ground projects being done with results sooner than in 5 to 6 years. I hope
Okay.
that helps.
And then I think I had another question. So we have the Prop 4 that's specifically going to be for hazard implementation projects. And then we have CCI that can do both. And they both have that $950,000 cap. Is that correct? Do they both include the potential of doing environmental or planning in those? So the CCI
environmental piece
like your
for the
CEQA?
implementation.
That's exactly.
The CEQA?
Yeah, the CEQA
Yeah.
for the implementation is included in both.
Okay, perfect. And I
Okay.
think that, and then one great one. So in the language here, we are actually, our Fire Safe Council is not a local government entity, of course, because we're a nonprofit, but we also are a qualified entity under section 4291.5, and we are doing defensible space assessments underneath that. But in the language here on the guidelines, page 2 of 3 of the PowerPoint, it said projects conducted by any local government entity qualified to perform defensible space assessments pursuant can be considered a priority for CCI projects. So I just had a question to clarify. We are not a local government entity. However, we are a qualified entity and are trained and have access to the reporting platform for DSA inspections.
So if you have that on the application, there is a couple of questions that go into that. So go ahead and mark yes, and then we'll verify that along with our other unit who does all the qualified entities. So yeah, go ahead and mark yourself as that. And then if it does have a different name, you just need to let me know and I can try and figure that piece out. If not, I think it should be just your name, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, and I believe it is. It's under our organization name, but I was confused because it said the priority said local governments, but it didn't mention nonprofits as a qualified entity, which we're.
That's how the language was provided to me as the government code. So I'll have to look a little bit further into that because I'm not familiar that there was other pieces besides just a local government. So that might just be my interpretation.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate it, you guys. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Ashley.
That was me. I just didn't lower my hand.
Oh, sorry. Edward.
Afternoon. I just wanted to say I'm very appreciative of you guys taking the extra time to point us in the right direction with some good guidance. My name is Edward Fulton. I'm a field specialist with the Bureau of Land Management. And I'm looking to put in for you guys CCI application for grant funding. I'm partnering with Kern County to collaborate on 3 separate projects. Just calling it a landscape project, fuels reduction in the community of Lake Isabella. And my question is specifically about the letter of commitment. With that piece, Kern County was they're also putting in their own application for the same projects, but only for the parts of the projects that directly affect the private land so that we can connect the dots, and I'm handling everything on the federal side. And my plan was to utilize this funding to fund contracts through SAM.gov, and we're going to go through the federal contract, and we were going to handle NEPA on my side with my own resource staff, and then Kern County was going to handle the CEQA piece with Larry, with TCU, to complete their piece for the 3 separate projects. So should I get a letter of commitment from Kern County for my application? That was a long way to ask a simple question.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
letters
if you
of
guys-
commitment. Oh, sorry, go ahead now.
I was gonna say yes, especially if you guys are going to be partnering up. I would say both ways. You'd want to make sure you both mention that in your application. And if you do get their tracking number, add that in there as well. both sides, I think that would be really beneficial. And yes, get the
Okay.
letters of commitment for that.
Okay, and then conversely, should I supply a letter of commitment to them for their
Yep.
application? Okay, perfect. I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Yeah. Chris?
Mike.
Oh, Mike, sorry.
I'm not sure if there's more than one mic, so I'm just going to go for it.
Yeah.
Question for you guys. Is it beneficial? I plan on doing a prevention planning grant as well as hazardous fuels. Is it beneficial to break those two apart into separate, smaller grants?
That's a question you're going to talk with your local unit about, depending on what it is you're doing, how they're related, etc.
Got it. We want to redo our CWPP. It's time for that. So that's kind of our planning portion of it, but I'll reach out to them.
Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Like Chris?
Chris, you're now up.
I have actually a very simple question, or maybe not so simple. So you said that the UC system is not eligible for CCI. Correct?
No,
Prop 4.
no, that's
Prop
not what we
4.
said.
Yeah, but
BCI, they are eligible.
Yes.
yes. So does UC cooperative extension fall under the same thing? Because very specifically, we've been working on a project for several years for roadside clearing, and it reflects the Blodgett Forest Research Station, which is UC Cooperative Extension. And so would that fall under that UC system kind of restriction?
Yes, because we use the cooperative extension form. When we go ahead and do the actual agreements, they still get the same university clause and their paperwork is using that same modeling agreement. So yeah, so they would have to fall under the CCI umbrella. So you'd have to make sure that you just go ahead and apply under the CCI funding.
Yeah. That answers my question.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Is it Brenna or Brianna?
Brianna.
Hi, yeah, Brenna with Tree People. Thanks so much for having us. I had a quick question very similar to Mike on submitting potentially two applications separately between Prop 4 and CCI funding. Is there, I know this sort of varies between different public agencies, and wildfire prevention is kind of new for us. So we're just curious if submitting maybe more than one application has impact in review, whether if you're awarded it in one category, that might make the other application ineligible, or, you know, if it impacts the scoring in any way if you submit multiple applications.
There is no limit to the number of applications you can submit. No, they don't cancel each other out or anything along those lines. They are just competitive throughout the whole process.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Was it Brenna? Was that it, Brenna? Or do you have any other ones?
That was it. Thanks.
Laura, you're up.
Thank you again for this. We really appreciate your time and your efforts to help educate us on what we need to do. I have a question regarding the CEQA suspension issue related to the CEQA application. Our Fire Safe Council is applying for a suspension, and it would be for 2 years. Are we still obligated then to get the formal CEQA NOE for the subsequent years within the first 12 months, or would we only have to have that by
Hey,
the
Lance,
third
Chris,
year?
give me a call back when you get the chance.
Chris, your
So,
mic is hot.
I
Thank you.
muted him.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Laura,
So
there's a
I'm
couple
going
of
to go
things
ahead
with
and
that.
answer this. There is absolutely each individual CEQA for each individual project. We're not going to answer any CEQA questions on this particular meeting because you need to check in to see if you qualify for the different types of ways, is what I'm going to say, the different types of ways to meet the CEQA requirements. So all the projects have CEQA requirements if there's ground disturbing work because these are state funds, but there's different ways to meet those requirements. And so without getting us stuck in a little pickle, we're going to go ahead and just say that you will have to talk with the foresters on those. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. I did speak to the forester. That's why I'm asking you, because they were like, we don't know yet.
And you're correct. They didn't, depending on when you spoke to them, they might not have known, because we have at CAL FIRE have been given more information each week. And those processes have changed and been updated as they come through. So you are correct on that.
All right, that's helpful. We will still.
That's why we're not saying anything either.
I appreciate that. And the California National Resource Agency has been very helpful in walking us through that process. So we know we do qualify for the suspension. But like I said, it's that third year and beyond. What do we do? So I appreciate
so
that.
in that big picture, if you had a document, which whatever it is, that only works for 2 years, and you're going to continue to work in your third year, you will still need a new document. So that should hopefully help with your question then. I see.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, my question was, did I need it within 12 months or 24 months? So I'll follow up.
12.
I'll stay on top with the unit on that. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
it's within 12, Laura.
It'd still be 12.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. I think that's all the hands raised. And it is 12:35. So do we have can we pull up the office hours one more time before we log off? And then Natalie, will you remind everybody where they can find those, or just show them where they can find those office hours once it's updated on the web? I think that would be a great way to
So
end.
they're not updated quite yet, but let me pull up the website and I will share my screen. Just give me 1 second.
Thank you.
It'll be live. Okay, I think you guys can all see my screen. So this information is located right here for this workshop. And as soon as our recording is done and completed, you'll see the recording will also be posted right here at the top. At the very bottom, there will be an update down here. I know it's at the very bottom of the screen. We are working on updating the webpage. That probably won't be done till the end of summer, but that is something on the list. And the virtual office hours, they are still reflecting the old ones. So just know that they will be coming up here. They will be listed. And just like it is here, you can go ahead, click, and it'll automatically link you to the meeting. The next one is next Wednesday, which is July 9th. It is from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. That is for our application and scope of work. That email will be sent out tomorrow. So if you're not a part of the mailing list, go ahead and subscribe right here. And that email will go out. Again, I do not spam you. It is an email from me. I do put it together. I do send it out. I think I send maybe 5 or 6 of them in totality. So just know that I am not here to spam your email box. I am only here to help you with our solicitation. I do not sell anybody's emails. Just my little disclaimer there, but that's where you will find us. Again, if you need us, this is my email box right here, the WP Grants email box. That's me and my team of 6. This is the local unit contact list right here. This will also be updated tomorrow. We did have a couple of foresters retire recently. That list will be updated tomorrow. The Northern Region contact will automatically direct you to Joy and her staff, and the Southern Region one will also directly send you to Heather and her team. Did I miss something, Joy? Did I say everything? Awesome.
Thank you.
I hope everybody has a wonderful day. And if you have any other questions that may or may not have been answered on this call, go ahead and email us at one of those email boxes.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thanks, everybody. Have a wonderful
See you
day.
next week. Bye.
Thank
Bye-bye.
you.